Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, day 43 on your racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at Wednesday's racing action. Who was hot on the racetrack? Well, Stanley J. Jr. was. He had the hat trick to try and creep a little closer to Jorge Carreño, but Jorge Carreño also had 2 wins on the card, pushing him even further in the standings. At 68 wins on the trainer's side, it was Michael Nault with a good day, winning 2 on the card, but Jerry Gorno still 11 up on Jared Brown, and Jared Brown is 11 up on Wendy Anderson. Speed did really good Monday and Tuesday stretch. Wednesday, the closers were actually able to get there.
Yeah, I agree with you. There was lots of uncertainty when we started last week. We had the weather with a bunch of rain, some drying, and then it would dry a bit, then it'd rain a little bit more. So, you know, you're right, especially early on. I had it as a slight favoring a speed bias and even a bit of the rail, and then as the meet or the day went on, it became a little more fair, and like you said, on the Wednesday, it was a very fair track, maybe even slightly to a little bit of the closers. But great work on the track. Superintendents out there handling all the different weather. This week it appears they're going to probably get the week off of not having to guess. It looks like real good weather. I think we're going to get probably the same type of track all week. There's no rain until about Thursday. So yeah, we'll look at it there. We're down to our final 3 weeks here. You're going to see this is interesting. You have to change your handicapping a little bit to understand. There's some horses throughout this week that are making some big drops, and some are maybe racing maybe in the wrong condition, but they're looking for the right distance. Because there's only 9 days, which is 3 weeks, you don't have many spots to fill, so it's probably looking for your distance that you want, or get another start in there and maybe pick up a bit of the purse money. I expect probably with some droppers, there's probably going to be some claims. And I got a question for you there, Kirt.
Alrighty.
All right. So how many claims has there been so far this year?
Well, let's let you guess at this. I'm going to tell you this stat. Last year we had 150 claims, so we still have 9 days left, and in the last 9 days there's always lots of action as trainers grab these horses to waiver for next year at low prices. So with me saying 150 last year, how much do you think to this point?
Okay,
Stretch?
so I did my math just in case you were going to call me and not give me the
All
answer.
right.
I went with how I came up with 3 a day at 4 so we had 120 plus. We had like 4 in one race, so I'm going with 133 is my to
Wow, what a guess. 136 thus far.
Oh.
But Stretch, you know what? That doesn't count. And usually if you see a racetrack has lots of claims, it means it's alive. If you don't see a lot of claims at a racetrack, if you look at Oaklawn, for example, you might see 15 claims every single day that Oaklawn runs, because after the Oaklawn meet, they go absolutely everywhere in North America. But you need a lot of claims. And it's not only the claims, a lot of times there's multiple claims for certain horses.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. Before I want you to explain how that goes, but you're right. If a trainer's done for the season, you know, that's why he may be going in one direction with the horse. If some trainers are going down south, now they need a horse for down south. So back to the claims. Like you said, there was, I believe one day you mentioned there was 8 claims on a horse?
Yeah, just the other day there was 8 claims. So what they do is each claim slip that they have, it's a little slip of paper, they put a number on it, 1 through 8. So they take 8 peas and they put it in a jar, they shake it up, and whatever number comes out, that's who gets the horse. Plain and simple.
Yeah, it is a good explanation. Yeah, I sometimes like to look over just to see the reaction of the guys when they do the shake. So yeah, we got to build that into this week. Monday, if people have followed along, is usually your day to shine. So should we get started?
All right, let's get it going for this $3,500 claimer. For fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you got in the opener?
All right. A competitive, smaller field to kick off the week. I've got it like 4 or 5 that can win it in here. I decided on my top pick because of the distance, completely because of the distance. And then I went to the 5. He's 3 out of 7 at the distance with the wins. I thought this horse was better going 2 turns. Always going going 1 turn. When it's 2 turns, the horse makes a move and kind of seems to get a little bit tired. So I like the cut back and just kind of sets it up. Like I said, the distance is the key. So that's and a little bit of a slight drop. Second choice is your top selection. It could have been my top selection. The only reason I didn't make it my top selection is because the horse is 1 for 18 at the distance. I don't know why, because it wins at 6 but doesn't at 5.5. So obviously the horse can win. I'm just basing a bit on stats there. And then my last choice is the 3. Best race so far was last time, and I think the horse at this time moving up doesn't matter as much because the sharp horses, a little bit of move. So I've got it 5-2-3. Kirt?
Yeah, I like the same 3 horses that you do, but I went to number 2, Hey Hey Runaway, just because there isn't a lot of speed in here. Wits Gatto has some to offer, but I think Hey Hey Runaway is the predominant speed in here. It did win the non-winners of the year 3 outs ago. Came back, run a very game second against Bella Galena 2 outs ago. Last time out, Medium Mendacity was just way too good, putting 2 good wins together and absolutely destroyed them. But I think Hey Hey Runaway is the speed. That's why I put it on top. And Wara comes to play every single time. 6 for 8 in the money, and the last time only got beat by 4 in that field and takes the drop. And Wits Gatto could be chasing the speed around if the track does play to speed today. 2-3 might run around the track, but I'm taking 2, 5, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $2,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Wit Loves Tacos. Left with 4 here, Stretch. A huge favorite.
Yes, you're probably wondering, here's my reasoning. Why the big drop? I think Jerry has lots of horses. The horse likes the distance. If you look back at the start before he came here, the horse was only in for 4,000. We've got a purse for 10,000 in this race. So it does make sense for me on this. You're not going to get any value whatsoever. If I'm correct on this on these reasonings, I don't think the horse gets beat. Just kind of towers above everybody in the figures. If it wasn't the end of the season, then I'd really be skeptical and kind of worry a little bit more, but it just kind of makes sense why the horse is where he is today. I've got the 1 as my second choice. Watch the last race. This horse was wide and basically and then kind of made a bit of a move and then tired. He kind of runs well, then runs poor, and so today's the runs well. Who knows, maybe gets loose and kind of maybe even a little bit brave. And if it's a speed by track, maybe a small upset chance. And then I just went 4 as the third choice. One last time, upswing, being lightly raced. So 2-1-4 for me, Kirt.
Yeah, I'm with you. A huge drop from the $15,000 claimer in for 25. I expect there to be multiple claims on Carlos Sixes today. Praise loudly. I like it for the same reason you do. It looks like the only speed of the race. Dust Roller doesn't really have a lot. Either does Talent Rest. So I think Praise Loudly could be the controlling speed on the inside. So I expect them to run around the track. And I threw in Talent Risk. That was a good race last time out. Only beaten by 3 lengths to American League, who took the drop, and Valid Thor, who has been the big favorite in the last couple outings, but still running well. So I'm down to 2-1-5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering for a $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlong Stretch. Great race in the 3rd.
I agree with you. Yeah, good mid claimer going the 5.5. There is some good speed in here, and if anybody event clears, I think the horse is going to have to be used a little too much and just might not be able to get there. So we are the mid-claimer, so speed does last a little bit longer, but I just think it sets up for the closer. I like this horse last time a little bit and just couldn't make the close on a bit of the speed bias, and that's the 6. Back basically where the horse has been before at the claimers, been in some very tough races. Sheldon always gives this horse a really good ride, 2 and 3 back. I'm just so impressed on that ride, kind of found a hole and then got through and then got up late. So if we get the speed backs it up, I think goes right to the winner's circle with the right trip. My second choice is the 3. The reason here is kind of the same thing. I think with the other speed in here, the 2 and the 4, and even Wits can show some speed too. This horse is going to get a nice trip, Drizzy, and might sit closer, probably will make the first move out of the closers, and if it times it right, maybe just gets up and beats the 6 to the wire. Maybe a little bit of an upset. But then the last one, got to go to the 1, is 4 for 4 in the money this year. Just runs tough every time. Should get another dream trip. Has the figures, but yeah, maybe not the top figures, but just the race shape. Couldn't leave him out. 6-3-1.
Yeah, I'm with you on Doc's Class Act. 3 outs ago, that race against Marquis Well would not let Marquis Well by in about the last 4 jumps. And then Del Vecchio just hung on for the win last time out. Quincy Express, that was a horse that was running second in all the stake races, the big favorite that ended up winning it. Tapmaster also was running very well and only got beat by 3.5. Takes a big drop down to this $7,500 level. And we've been talking about the boys, when they drop levels, they become very tough. This one's taken a double drop into the 75. So Doc's Class Act, I think, is the one to beat. I also like number 4, Major Munnings. Had to battle it out last time out with the mare half in a wrapper and then ended up tiring late down the lane. But I think it's going to be a different story today. I think Major Munnings is the speed of the race. So if this horse can finally get loose on the front end, I think it's going to run a lot farther. It is only going 5.5 furlongs, so that plays better to Major Munnings. So I like him to run in the top 2, and I'm taking number 2, Trumpum, another one dropping from that allowance level, in for 75. Last time out, third to Marquis Well and half in the wrapper. Ran a good even race in there behind the speed. I think he'll be stalking the 4 every step of the way. When it gets tired, might be able to take over. Then it has to hold off the 6 late. So I went 6, 4, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, a $5,000 claimer. 4 3 and up maidens are going to go 6 furlongs. Kicking off, $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Stretch, what about this one?
Yeah, I'm almost ready to say a jump off the page horse in here, and that's the 4. Ran such a big race last time. More speed than ever on the first 2 starts at Charlestown. So I was very impressed with that. I'm going with the reason for the drop is kind of didn't think could win it at the special weight. Tried to avoid Peb and a few of the other likes of that nature. So anything close to that last race should not get beat. That's just such a good first out. Impressed me with how good the horse ran. So yeah, top selection. The drop is the slight concern, but that's about all. And then the other dropper, which I think this is a horse that should drop, and that's the 2. Runs nice even races, and it just isn't good enough for the special weight. And so the 10s aren't going to go, so it's the maiden 5s is where the horse has to go. So I think it's just a good horse to have as a bit of a backup in case the 4 kind of bounces after such a top effort. And my third choice, he's everybody's favorite if you like to bet place and show. A great horse to own, always in the try, picks up a check. Sometimes Kirt gets fooled and says, "I'll," almost sneaks him up there, but he's held him back. So great horse to own, terrible horse to bet to win, but that's why it's 4, 2, 3 for me, Kirt.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch, on number 4, Anchor Up. Those workouts coming in are what kind of tipped me that this horse would be able to run. Yes, I really like Call the Cops that day. I like Peb for second. I was searching for a 3rd place finisher. I came to Anchor Up just because those Canterbury works at 47 and 3, 48 and 4. And then a nice work here, the 3 furlongs. But this horse ran lights out for all that time off since the beginning of May. And they added blinkers on. This horse has tactical speed. There's nobody that has this horse's speed in here. He should be on the front end all alone. So I expect Anchor Up to try and go wire to wire. I do like Chicago Roll. Tries every single time. 2 outs ago ran against Pucker and Benroy. Ran 3rd behind them. Pucker has since come back to win the non-2 and almost won the non-3 condition, losing by a narrow nose. And Benroy came back to beat him. But Chicago Roll made the move a little too early. The maiden 5 and the maiden allowance at this time of the year, horses that are running well, I think can beat some of the maiden allowance horses. That's why I ended up taking him for second over number 2, Backstreet's Back, who ended up just running an even effort at the maiden allowance level. So that's why I ended up on 4, 3, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $1,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, who do you got?
All right, I kind of like this horse the first time out, and that's the 2, but felt the horse needed one. Well, the horse has now got the needed start, so good, real good tightener. I can only expect an improved performance. I think the horse is going to probably sit 3 or 4 lengths back, make the move on the turn, and potentially can run an even bigger race. If you look at last year's race, one of the best races on the horse's past performance was his 2nd race off the layoff last year, and that's what you get today. So that is my top selection. And then the next one is a bit of a sleeper here, and this is one of my figures plays. Big effort last time. It was just ran a smart race. Obviously wasn't going to beat those top ones, but just to be in the mix. Ran around the track, nicely done. Gets the cut back. If it repeats that effort, watch out. It could be kind of another price horse in there to be in there. And then my last one is my absolute long shot. Kirt's got it in there too. You've got to throw out a couple of the races on the 1, and that if this horse runs back to the very first race here at ASD, it would be tough to beat. The other thing that I like with this drop is the horse added a work, and I really like it this time of year when the trainers add a work. So he's ready to go. Morning line 12-1. We're at the non-winners of the year. You got to take a shot with some prices here. So 2, 3, 1.
Yeah, there's no doubt this looks a little wide open. I went to number 4, Warren's Dirty Dancer. I really like the way the race set up the time before, where it ran third beat in a length and 3/4 to Tally and Go Crow, because Warren's Dirty Dancer was flying down the lane the last time out, chased after Clipboard Money, who was a rocket just going as far as it can, and was speed favoring the track that day and wasn't able to keep up in the end, but only tired to be beaten by 5 lengths. I like this horse when he saves some for the end and comes with that late run. But if there wasn't any speed in here, I wouldn't mind Warren's Dirty Dancer on the front end, but the speed is going to be number 6, Road Romeo. So I think Warren coming off of it, more effective, and I like the morning line at 5-1. I also like Morden Stature. I picked the horse last time out, and it ran an even race, showed a little bit of closing power at the end, and as Stretch said, second time off the layoff, expect this horse to improve, but a very short price probably today. 8's Wild, a couple of equipment changes, blinkers off, shadow roll off, a nice workout coming in, a layoff, and those early races are much better than a lot of these horses have had this year. And maybe even throw in Road Romeo. This horse kind of surprised me last time out, showing good life, did get run down by Mandrew late down the lane that was dropping in from the 5 non-3 lifer. But Road Romeo showed really good life until late inside the 16th pole. Track's playing to speed, and Road Romeo gets a loose lead. Just might go all the way, but I'm taking 4, 2, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance race. 4 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got?
Yeah, another very good race. A little tricky to figure out, but you've got a different top selection as I do. I'm going to go to my top selection first, and I just think the 7, Mr. Snickers, is basically getting better with every start. I didn't really like that the horse was entered in the Derby, but why not? You want to give the horse a chance and see, might surprise. Stranger things have happened. And then last race was such a good top effort there, and I think a similar race of that makes the horse right in the mix here. I think you're going to get a stalking trip like this horse you've seen going the 6 furlongs, makes the move, and if I get that, I think the horse will be tough to beat. And then the next horse is 8. Kirt usually has this higher. He's kind of, which is 8 has a lot of talent in here, absolutely. Just kind of the wrong racing style in here, and just can't get enough speed, or maybe on the wrong day on a bit of speed bias. Horse always makes a nice move, just enough to keep you going. The figures are always there. The gallop out always looks good. Obviously, we need the speed to back up for this horse to get there, but I'm going to have it on my ticket for sure. And then another long shot I've got in here, just that last race was such a good race, and these non-2s, we saw Jerry have one of them run a big one the other day and win. And the move up isn't sharp horses or horses that are running well, you got to use. And so that's why I went to the 2. I think the cutback, another, I expect a pretty good trip. Horses at 20-1. There's enough there that I certainly will not be leaving out in my sequence bets and even the trifecta. So 7-8-2, Kirt.
Yeah, I ended up going to number 3, Euro Silver Biz. I like that race that it ran against Mr. Snickers 3 outs ago, where it chased the speed, sat off it, went and battled it out, and set it up for Mr. Snickers to make that late charge and go on by. Then went in the Derby, and the horse was in those heated fractions just in behind him, and the horse didn't want to go the 1.125 miles. Last time out, didn't get out of the gate. I thought this horse would be on the lead for fun. Never got out of the gate, but I liked the way it finished. It only got beat by 5 lengths, and it came from well off of it. This horse has never shown that before. So if this horse, which I think is the lone speed today, goes out to the lead, it'll be able to control it because they were able to harness it last time, which they've had a really hard time doing. So I think jockey Jorge Carreno hops to the lead and says, catch me if you can. He's got a great set of hands, so I think he's a big wire-to-wire shot. I do like Mr. Snickers running really well. Scratch out that Derby race, as Stretch said. That was too far and too tough, but the other 2 races look absolutely dynamite. And E2 Babu, he's going to be well back, and hoping that there is a pace battle that I just don't see is happening, but I think he is the third best in here. So I went 3, 7, and 8. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. Filly and mares that are non-2 lifers are going to go 6 furlongs, a mixed bag of maidens and non-2s.
It is, exactly. That's right in my notes as well. I'm going to go with the horse that actually has a sneaky drop, and that's the 6. Take note, the horse was running non-2 but opens, not the breed races. And last time I did like the horse to win and ran a nice race, kind of battled a couple times and just tired late to get beat. And so a similar race, I don't think the horse has to have the lead, and it'll just kind of sit off and make that move and just, yeah, the figures, and I just like the spot. I think it's just a smart move on the trainer to find this spot. So that is my top selection. Got to go back to the 8. I'm a little surprised Kirt wouldn't have this horse in here.
I already made the money off the horse.
Well, I'm going to make the money when he pays 50 today then.
No problem.
This horse, yes, won last start. We talked about this and kind of a few things were leading to this horse. So it wasn't a big surprise for us, especially as Kirt started the conversation. This horse checked a lot of times in that race. So even though maybe it wasn't the fastest time, I think this horse has figured it out and is improving. And so that's why I can't leave this horse out, just because might be one of those horses might get that a little bit of a cleaner trip and get up at back-to-back $50 horses, and why not? You don't want to leave them out. And my third choice, throwing out the last couple, just in too tough. But that's the 9. Beat some of these in before, so kind of the best for rest for me. So I've got it 6, 8, 9.
Yeah, I'm with you on number 6, Sophie McTrophy. Lights out race last time out. Barbie's Quest was the big favorite and just got up in the final strides with I Am Anya in between. Sophie McTrophy on the rail, but I think she is the legit speed in here. And off that last race, now she's going against conditions and the Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred, so it's not the open company. And I think this drop is a big drop for Sophie McTrophy, so it's her race to lose. I also like number 9, My Trudy, throughout those last 2 races. Sweet Design, Dazzling Gold, and then Not Afraid and G's Poppy's Warrior going 7.5 in the slop. I don't think the horse liked the slop that day, but the previous start was a very nice win, breaking the maiden after running against these non-2 winners in the previous start. Now she gets to fill the condition non-2 against some maidens. She has a really good running style, so maybe if Sizzle and Susie and Sophie McTrophy, they want to go bang it out on the front end, I think My Trudy could be a nice stalker in here and overtake late. And my third is Sizzle and Susie. Last time out, a good 3rd place finish. Was beaten by Sophie McTrophy in there. The previous start was a better one when the horse came from off the pace after not battling it out like last time, but ran huge against Divine Ride. And Divine Ride went into the open company, non-2s, and won twice. So that was kind of a key race for Sizzle and Susie. Her best race, definitely good enough to win, but I'm 6, 9, and 2. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just a couple overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, scratch number 3, Wit Loves Tacos. That's race number 2, scratch the 3, Wit Loves Tacos. And with that scratch, there will be no superfecta wagering in race number 2. Now turning your programs to race number 3, the Donnie Kowalczyk Derby. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. The jackpot pick 5 carryover sits at $156,000, but if you are the lone winning ticket, you are guaranteed $250,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Again, just overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5, there are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 6, again, just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening, and again, just some overweights. Well, an absolute beautiful evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under sunny skies. Well, Stretch, it looks like you have a growth on your head there.
That is true, but you get to see my whole face because it's finally sunny out. It's exciting.
Well, I guess you're the one shining today under these sunny skies. The temperature, 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. Fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 13 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the card with a $3,500 claimer. For fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like in the opener?
Well, I like a couple horses. I'm with you on your top selection. I agree with you. But I did go to the 5, and the reason I went to the 5 was a couple reasons. Is I like the cutback. I like this horse when the horse is most success is actually won races at the 5 and 6 furlongs on. This horse is kind of that even move type of horse, and she when she goes a little bit longer, she still makes her move and then kind of just doesn't finish. But going 5.5 is her ideal distance. You take a look at the distance. She's got 3 wins of 7 starts, and so that's why I ended up going and also dropping from the 5 to 3,500. So that's why it's my top selection, and then basically the 2 is your top selection, and it's the same reason why. But go ahead.
Yeah, I look at Hey Hey Runaway being the predominant speed of the race. This horse won wire to wire 3 outs ago. Got caught late down the lane by Bella Galena 2 outs ago, but last time out, that was a huge effort running second to Medium Mendacity, and Haida was even taking the drop down in that race, and Hey Hey Runaway was a convincing second in there, and without Medium Mendacity, guaranteed this horse would have won. I like it was in a stalking role in the last one, but there really isn't a lot of speed in here unless Kayla Pizarro sends Wits Gatto for all it's worth to the front end, which I don't see happening. So that's why I like Hey Hey Runaway to hit the front end and play Catch Me If You Can.
Yep, no, that's fair for sure. It's just I completely agree on your angles. It's just 1 for 18. Why that little bit of hesitant. And then you called the other horse, the 3 horse is my kind of third selection, and that last race was such a good effort. Yes, it was in for the 25 non-winners of the year, but we've kind of talked about this time of year. Just the claiming isn't as important because you just want horses kind of in the proper form, and after that last race being such a good race, I had to give this horse a top 3 finish, so that's why I've got that horse in there.
Oh yeah, Witzgato's brought it to the table every time this year, 3 for 5 in the money. The other 2 were 4th place finishes. What about number 1, Belt Strike, also dropping from 5,000 into the 3,500. The last 2 times were 3rd place finishes, beaten by 5. It doesn't look that good, but Gold Diggin' Darlin' was much the best in those 2. And if Gold Diggin' Darlin' was in this race, it would be 1-9. So Belt Strike drawing the rail at 5-1. Do you think this horse will be able to run him down late?
Has a chance. There's, you know, that's why that was kind of the 4 horses that I thought could win it. I think the drop, I just don't know if the horse is as sharp as a couple of the other ones, and so that's why it wasn't in my top 3 selections. But certainly the figures, and like you said, Gold Diggin' Darling, and even Victoria Moon ran a big race that day. That horse was going 2 turns. So, but then if you look back at 6 furlongs before that race, won at the 5,000 level. So certainly a contender.
Yeah, definitely draws the inside in here, and I think this racetrack might be more kind to horses coming off the pace. Remember we talked about on Wednesday about the Harrows. There's 2 different sets that we have out here. One that digs down a little bit deeper, it's orange. The other ones are green. Well, this is the first time. Last week we only saw the green ones on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Today it was orange. So it dug a little bit deeper into the track. I expect the times to be a little bit slower today, but maybe it's going to be more kind for those horses that are coming off the pace. So maybe play that into your handicapping. We'll keep you up to date, as we always do, on what we see on the racetrack. But let's go to our picks here in race number 1. Stretch, starting it off with you.
Kept it just small with a $10 exactor box, 2 and 5.
And myself, I like number 2, Hey Hey Runaway, a lot with the big favorite, Carlos 6s. So I went a $20 daily double, 2 and 2. Good luck with all your selections here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses on the track for race number 1, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $11,000. Number 1 is Bell Strike, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Hey Hey Runaway, owned by TMS Stable, trained by Jared Brown, with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Wits Gatto, owned by Doug Judy and Carmen Mustard, and Heather Todoric, trained by Doug Mustard, with Caleb Pizarro. Number 4 is Quietly Quick, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown, with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the field is number 5, Anwara, owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sheldon Chickeness. Post time for race number 1, 5 minutes away. Seeing Corey one. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs to kick off the week. We've got the public's got it down to the 2 and the 5. I've got the 5 as my top selection. I think she's going to get a nice trip stalking behind the 2, and maybe the 3 and the 4 might even go and press the 2. If the 2 gets loose, it'll be tough for the 5 to run down the 2, but I think just because of the right distance, this horse potentially can run down the 2, so I've got it 5-2-3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went to number 2, Hey Hey Runaway. I think it is the loose speed in here. I really like the way it's been running as of late with a win in a couple seconds. Last time out was not going to beat that winner, Medium Mendacity. That horse was just so much the best the last 2 times it ran. So I really liked it too. If you're looking for a little bit of a long shot in here, you might want to go to the one Bell Strike. There is no Gold Digging Darlin in here or Storm Stride. This is a big drop from 5,000. Definitely be the top choice. Good luck here in race 1. Time. Bell Strike, the first to enter the starting gate. Hey Runaway, the current favorite, goes in at 7-5. Next up, Witzgato from the middle. Now just 2 left to load. Quietly Quick. And now just waiting on Anwara. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, it's Gatto showing some speed, as is Hey Runaway on the inside. 3 wide, Quietly Quick in the fray. And Wara also wanting a piece of the front end. 4 across the track with Bell Strike watching all the early action. From 4 off of it. The opening quarter, 23-3. Witzgato with the short lead, with Quietly Quick still in the middle. And Wara pushing 3 deep. And these 3 now separating 2 lengths to Hey Runaway. And the trailer still Bell Strike as they hit the head of the lane. A short lead for Witzgato, not giving up. And Wara on the outside, Hey Runaway coming with a 3 wide bid late, but it's Witzgato in between horses and Wara. Hey Runaway from the far outside times it right and gets it done. Hey Runaway is a race winner. Second's going to go to Witzgato, and third to Anwara. Stewart's opposed to number 2, Hey Hey Runaway. As your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Wits Gatto. Third to number 5, Anwara. And fourth to number 4, Quietly Quick. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 2, Hey Hey Runaway. Hey Hey Runaway is a bay mare, 6 years old, by Regal Ransom, out of the mare Black Arrow by Kipling, owned by TMS Stable, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. Scratch number 3, Wit Loves Tacos. That's in this the second. Scratch number 3, Wit Loves Tacos. And with that scratch, there will be no superfecta wagering here in race number 2. Race 2 kicking off. Another pick 3. And ladies and gentlemen, how do you keep in touch with ASD promotions and upcoming events? All you got to do is subscribe to the free weekly e-newsletter called The Insider. You can sign up on the Downs website at asdowns.com. Frey and Wara also wanting a piece of the front end, 4 across the track with Bell Strike. Watching all the early action from 4 off of it. The opening quarter, 23-3. Wits Gatto with the short lead, with Quietly Quick still in the middle. And Wara pushing 3 deep. And these 3 now separating 2 lengths to Hey Hey Runaway. And the trailer still Bell Strike as they hit the head of the lane. A short lead for Wits Gatto, not giving up. And Wara on the outside. Hey Hey Runaway coming with us 3 wide, bid late. But it's Wits Gatto in between horses and Wara. Hey Hey Runaway from the far outside times it right and gets it done. Hey Hey Runaway is a race winner. Second's going to go to Wits Gatto. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $2,500 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Wit Loves Tacos. And with that scratch, no superfecta wagering. Stretch, hey, runaway. Getting the job done on a different ride.
Correct. Recognizing a situation, Carino recognized that there is a 4-horse duel. It's like, okay, I'll pull back, get out of it, and then circle because I have a better chance in losing a length or two now and getting it back. And that's why, if anybody was wondering why he's the leading rider, that ride just showed you why he's the leading rider. Because I think if he duels the whole way around, he probably gets nothing.
Well, he could have held on, but I think he increased his chances by what he did. And yeah, from going, saving ground on the rail, which was the inside post position, and then his timing is just impeccable.
Absolutely.
He timed that ride perfectly with the wire. Okay, here a quartet in the second. Big favorite, 1-9, Carlos 6's massive dropper.
Yep, absolutely. Both of us figured the horse is going to be 1-9, maybe 1-5 at the highest. You know, the horse is dropping. It's this time of year that it depends. You know, Jerry has lots of horses here. The key on a couple things. One, obviously the horse has to go 2 turns because that's his distance. But if you go back coming from Lone Star, the horse was in for $4,000. So he just got good when he came here. If you look, he ran in the RJ Spears, was okay, but not really in it. So he's just finding a spot to make sure he gets the win. The purse money is $10,000, so it's not like he's not making any money. So it's a smart move by Jerry to make sure that the horse is in a position to win for sure. I guess the way the horse could get beat is if somebody got loose. Do you think anybody can get loose in here?
Well, I think they can get loose, but I don't really think that'll matter because when it ran for 7,500 2 outs ago, Witt's Dollar Night got loose in there. He was able to wear down Witt's Dollar Night, which is a solid $5,000 road horse here, even a sprinter, but solid at the $5,000 level. And Carlos 6's was able to get him. These aren't solid $5,000 horses. And let's just go back to the math you were doing there. 4,000 US, 5,000 Canadian. It's already made almost $10,000. It wins this race and gets claimed. It's going to get another $8,500, so $18,500 for a $5,000 investment. Any accountant would say, thank you very much. That's as long as he does win this race.
Correct. Well, that's horse racing, right? So he does look best on paper, but that's just paper. They run the race on the track. So yeah, I'm going to talk about Praise Loudly a little bit. The horse kind of has a good effort, a bad effort, a good effort, had a bad effort last time, but it wasn't as bad as it looked. This horse was as it mentioned in the chart there, outside 3-wide duel. Got out okay, made a nice move on the turn, and then basically got tired in the stretch in a pretty good field, especially for 5,000. It won handily 2 back, and
for 3,500.
For 3,500, right? So very competitive horse, and he's just one of these type that he wins or kind of gets nothing. And so if you look, he's got 3 wins at 5 starts at ASD, which is pretty solid. You can't hold that against him for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I like that last race. Plum Lucky, Hoochie Coochie Sam, another couple that are solid $5,000 horses. Takes the double drop in here as Wendy Anderson. It's already made almost $18,000 with the horse, winning 3 races. So now at this level, even if you run second, it is a great spot to be in. You get a couple $1,000s for running second. So I like Praise Loudly, as it does have that tactical speed. Now, we like 2 and 1. What about your third choice?
Okay, I'm going with Dust Roller. I think after that race or another day later, we were kind of hoping for Dust Roller to run a big one a few races earlier, or maybe 2 back, and then we both didn't take the horse last time, and sure enough goes off at 18 to 1. Ran a nice race, came up the rail, The reason I went to this horse over the 5 was simply because the horse won its last race. Good this time of year. Moves up a little bit, of course, but at least the horse has won, builds up some confidence, and normally he'd probably be a bit more of a contender if he didn't have to deal with the 1 and the 3, or 1 and the 2.
Yeah, and also it's a fresh horse, as you were alluding to last week. These horses with limited starts at the end of the year, they're a lot fresher than some of these horses that already have 8 starts or 13, praise loudly, 13 starts going back to Phoenix. So Dust Roller, I like the 5 Talent Risk, ran a great race last time out at 50-1 against American League, dropping in from 5. Valid Thor was the big favorite that race. The time before just didn't show much in there, beating double digits. But before that was a good win over Honor Road, who did come back to beat him in the next start. So he has won, going 7.5 furlongs. And Talent Risk, also one that's going to be sitting close to the pace. So I think he definitely has a top 3.
For sure. Let's go to our bets. I'm excited about your bet.
Straight to our bets here in race number 2, Stretch. Pulling a page out of my book.
I am, Kirt. I never would have played these, but just hanging out with you the last couple of years, I'm betting $10 tries. So as we have mentioned, there's always ways to make money on the race. Just because the 2 is 1-9 doesn't mean you have to bet a big long shot to win. You just find a different way. Obviously, the trifecta is not going to pay that much, but you could bet a $2 straight and maybe get $6 or $8 back. It's still a little bit. I've got a $10 straight, 2-1-4.
And see, I have a $20 straight, 2-1-5. But if you want to take the shot, it's not a big one. Take the 2 on top of the 4-5 in the triactor, and you might get a $17 triactor for $1, depending which way they come, which is pretty good profit on a $2 investment. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. We'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Praise Loudly, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Carlos Sixes, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3, Whitlove's Tacos, was scratched. Number 4 is Dust Roller, owned by Rick Lowe, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 5, Talent Risk, owned by Just for Kicks Stable and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Sean Morin with Shamari Muir. Post time for race number 2 in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, this time we're going 7.5 furlongs, starts in front of the grandstand and goes around and passes the wire twice. Only 4 horses. The 2 is the big favorite and is the most likely winner. It's going to be a tough time to beat him if he runs back any of his last 3 races for sure. It's just a matter of how you want to play this. Do you want to play an exacta or a trifecta? The 1 horse, I think, is the next best horse. Could be right near the lead, and if he gets comfortable on the lead, I got it 2-1-4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 2. This is a massive drop in class, and there is a little bit of speed in here, but I don't think it really matters, because with that class drop, this horse was running against just so much better, so I think he gets it done. The 1, Praise Loudly, also my second choice in here. But you really can't play the winner exactor. You got to go after the triactor or pick 3 if you want some better money. So my tractor is 2, 1, and 5. Good luck here in race 2. Praise Loudly, the first one to step into the starting gate. Carlos Sixes. The 1-9 choice is in. 2 left to load. Dust Roller. And now just waiting on Talent Risk. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Talent Risk showing some early speed and now gearing it down as they pass the grandstand for the first time. Praise Loudly. In between horses in second, Dust Roller 3 wide in third. And Carlos Sixes biding his time at the back of the field by 5 lengths. The opening quarter, 24 3. Praise Loudly now takes over as the leader by 3/4 of a length. To the inside, Talent Risk settled back in third. Dust Roller only a length and a half off it. And Carlos Sixes about 5 to make up, unhurried at the back. The half mile a quick 48 3. And Dust Roller and Praise Loudly. These two look at each other in the eye. Talent Risk back to third. Carlos Sixes starting to gear it up and is only 5 off of it. But the battle still on the front between Praise Loudly and Dust Roller as they hit the head of the lane. On the inside, Praise Loudly now goes by and takes over by 3. Dust Roller back to second. Carlos Sixes a lot of ground to make up, but not a lot of time. Praise Loudly, Carlos Sixes, second best today. Praise Loudly gets it. Carlos Sixes for second, and third goes to Dust Roller. The Stewards have posted number 1, Praise Loudly, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24 3, the half 48 3, 6 furlongs 114. Time for the 7.5 furlongs 134. Results of the photo show number 2, Carlos Sixes, finished in second. Third goes to number 4, Dust Roller, and fourth to number 5, Talent Risk. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 2, that's number 1, Praise Loudly. Praise Loudly is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Boisterous, under the mare Made to Worship by Minister's Wildcat. Owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden on official victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 134. Congratulations goes out to jockey Jorge Carreño, who scores the early daily double, 2 wins for Assiniboia Downs leading rider, Jorge Carreño. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. The Donnie Kowalczyk Derby. there are no changes. But we'll carry on with the rest of the changes for this evening's Pick 5. And there's no changes in race 4, 5, 6, or 7. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering here in race number 3. And take note, folks, that a chance to make some very big money continues every live race day. You are guaranteed $250,000 if you have the single winning ticket in the Jackpot Pick 5. This will continue every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30 until the end of the race meet on September the 15th, or until the $250,000 is won. Jackpot Pick 5 tickets are just 20 cents each. And the Jackpot Pick 5 starts right here in race 3. Right in third, and Carlos 6 is biding his time at the back of the field by 5 lengths. The opening quarter, 24-3. Praise Loudly now takes over as the leader by 3/4 of a length. To the inside, Talent Risk settled back in third. Dust Roller only a length and a half off it, and Carlos 6 is about 5 to make up Unhurried at the back. The half mile a quick 48-3, and Dust Roller and Praise Loudly. These two look at each other in the eye. Talent Risk back to third. Carlos 6 is starting to gear it up and is only 5 off of it. But the battle's still on the front between Praise Loudly and Dust Roller as they hit the head of the lane. On the inside, Praise Loudly now goes by and takes over by 3. Dust Roller back to second. Carlos 6 is a lot of ground to make up, but not a lot of time. Praise Loudly, Carlos 6's second best today. Praise Loudly gets it. Carlos 6's for second and Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $2,500 was your race winner, number 1, Praise Loudly, claimed by Mike Taranjo, trainer Lee Delaron. Also claimed for $2,500 was number 2, Carlos Sixes, claimed by Cranky Acres Stable, trainer Shelley Brown. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, the Donnie Kowalczyk Derby. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. We have a $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going 5.5 furlongs. We'll do a TVG recap of the first 2 races. Hey Hey Runaway stalked a 3-horse duel after being in it and ran him down late. And in the last race, Praise Loudly battled it out with 2 other horses and hung on for the win as Carlos Sixes, the 1-9 shot, made a belated rally and got up for second. Okay, Stretch, 3rd race. What do you like?
Yeah, that was just going briefly back to the one ran a smart race and made the jump and got away on the 2, and that's always on closers. That's why both of us like stalkers or speed more than the deep closers, because you can be up against it, especially in a small field. If you don't get the pace to run at, no matter what level you just can't really get there because the horses
especially
don't
when
pack
you're
up.
7-8 lengths behind. Trying to make up that kind of ground is not easy. I thought he could do it on the class edge, but it's still, he only made up 5 down the lane. Wasn't good enough to get the win.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go. We've got, well, I'd go with a relatively, there'll be a favorite. The 6 is my top selection, as is yours. I think it's not just a 1-horse race in here. I think the right trip, a few others can win. I've got it with a bunch of speed in here. I think even if one of the speed horse tries to send, it's going to be used and kind of sets it up for Doc's class act. Sheldon seems to know how to ride this horse really well. He sets back, waits, and makes that late run. This is a nice kind of drop for this horse. A good example. This is Jerry's dropping this one, but look back. This horse was claimed for $4,000. Now he was running allowance open against some of the best on the grounds. Quincy Express to name one that was always in stake races. And just such a game horse. Last time was, like I said, just a little outclassed. Doesn't belong in that level. Belongs a little bit lower. We've seen the drop from like the allowance to the 10 or the 10 to the 75, and that's what we've got here. I think the race sets up for the horse quite a bit.
Yeah, it's got to have a duel between Trumpum and Major Munnings in here. I like Doc's class act a lot in this field. This horse ran 2 big races, beating Marquis well 3 outs ago, 2 outs ago, losing by a narrow head to Del Vecchio. Last time out, Quincy was just too good as it ran second to St. Louis Guy in all the early stake races, but was good enough to beat those that day. So that's why I like Doc. But Major Munnings, here's a horse also taking a drop from the first level of allowance, optional 10,000. There is no half in the wrapper that it'll have to deal with early on. Half in the wrapper was a mare going against the boys, but she possessed a pile of early speed. So I think actually today Major Munnings will have the lead. Gets to go a preferred distance, 5.5 furlongs. But the question is, how is the track playing? Is it playing to speed? So far, the speed horses in the first 2 races, in the first race, almost hung it on them. Ended up second. In the last race, the speed was battling it out and ended up going on to win. So if it is playing to speed today, you might want to take a second look at Major Munnings, maybe going all the way, because I think this horse will clear in this field.
Yeah, that's fair. Trumpum does have some speed, but Trumpum's also sat just off before. I'm thinking that there is enough of a duel in here, and that's why I went to Drizzy as my second selection, because I think this horse is going to not go to the lead like it did last time, but sit that much closer, right behind the 2 and the 4, and maybe get that jump on the 6, kind of like I know the last race was 7.5, but it's still, horses that get a jump sometimes get brave, they see the wire, and they just keep going, and the 6 has to gain that much extra ground. Remember, they're only going 5.5, and so that does hurt the 6's chances a little bit, because you get that little less half furlong and you're a closer. So that's why 3 is my second selection.
Yeah, another horse that looks good in here, number 1, Silver Spun, isn't on my picks, but it stretches third. We loved this horse last time out, and it got up at 260. I've liked this horse a lot this year, had some troubled trips. The race didn't set up, but was a convincing winner last time out by 3/4 of a length. Switches barns since the last start, but I'm just not a big fan today because there's 3 closers. Well, the 2 big closers, Silver Spun, Doc's Class Act. I think Doc's Class Act is a better closer than Silver Spun in here. So I think Doc's Class Act gets the jump on Silver Spun, and I do like speed to stick around. That's why I didn't put him in my top 3.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's how you ran the race. I used him just because the horse has so many wins, like 5 of 11 winning here. 13 of 51. It's just a horse that likes to win, and I don't like leaving our horses out that like to win.
Definitely tries each and every time. What about Witt's Dollar Night? Didn't win last time out for 5,000. Got in a really heated duel that day, but when it was at the $10,000 level, it was going around 2 turns. But does Witt's Dollar Night fit in this field?
Well, it only lost to a neck to Drizzy, and so if I like Drizzy, I better like Witt's Dollar Night a little bit. The cutback, went too fast last time. This horse will not get the lead in here with the speeds of Major Munnings, but again, might get that dream trip. And if the 6 doesn't fire, the 6 has had a long season, so you just never know. Maybe that's the other reason. That last race was good, but it's been running straight through since all the way from back on January. So that's why it's not an absolute cinch on the 6 at all.
Well, there's a lot of ones in here with double-digit races. Trumpum only has 8 starts this year, and Silver Spun is the most lightly raced at 5. But I'm going to Doc's Class Act, but I like Major Munnings for my exactor. Let's go to our picks here in race number 3. Going after that jackpot pick 5, Stretch. Start us off.
Okay, I'll start with just this race. A few people asked what's your bet on the one race? You want the money now. You can't wait for the pick 5.
Yeah, I kind of like that now money.
Yeah, and that's fair. So this race, I've got a $5 exactor wheel, 6 with 1, 3, 4. And so you could play a $1 and it's only $3. I then got to have the pick 5, because why wouldn't I want $250,000? I've got long shots throughout this. That ticket, so please don't play my ticket, could take it home because I have some absolute bombers in there. I've got 1, 3, 4, 6 in the first leg, 2 and 4 in the next. 1, 2, 3 went with the rail on the turn to the turn there. 2, 7, 8 in the race 6. 6 and 8 in the last. The 8 is 25 to 1.
All right, myself, I have a 20-cent ticket worth 54. I took the 4 and 6 in here with the 2, 3, 4. Third leg, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 race, 3, 7, 8, round it out with 2, 6, and 9. Again, $54. Good luck with all your selections here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. The horses on the track for race number 3, the Donnie Kowalczyk Derby. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $13,400. Number 1 is Silver Spun, owned by Hardball Stable, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Trumpum, owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. The 3 is Drizzy, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Major Munnings, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Witt's Dollar Night, owned by Louise McCallum and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 6, Doc's Class Act, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race 3. They go to post in 5 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Another 5.5 furlong race, just like on race 1. You had to be close to the pace to win that. That might be how the track's going. We'll have to wait and see. My top selection happens to be the favorite, and that's the 6. This horse is a closer. I think he's going to have to sit a little closer if that's how the track is playing, but I think there is enough speed in here between the 2, the 4, and maybe even the 5. Set stuff for the closers. 3 is my other closer at a okay price, but the long shot maybe to get in for 3rd is the 1. So I've got it 6-3-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see this race a little differently. I think the 4 goes straight to the front, Major Munnings, and opens up on the field. Gets a couple of lengths on it. and if it does get an easy lead, they just might not catch it. But I do like number 6, Doc's Class Act. This dropping class is perfect. If the speed stops, Doc's Class Act will be absolutely flying like his previous 2 starts before the last one. Good luck here in race 3.
time.
Silver Spun takes his position in the starting gate. Trumpum going in. Next up, Drizzy. Major Munnings walks right in. 2 left to load. Witt's Dollar Night. And now just waiting on the 4 to 5 favorite, Doc's Class Act. And then they'll all be set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Doc's Class Act was away well on the far outside. Witt's Dollar Night also right there in the middle. On the inside, Major Munnings. Trump 'em is going to go 4 wide in here. Then it's a gap of 2 lengths back to Silver Spun. And your early trailer will be Drizzy. 23-3 the opening quarter. And Trump 'em now takes over by a length and a quarter. Major Munnings back to second. Doc's Class Act is gonna go at him again in third. Hugging the rail, Silver Spun. The trailers now, Witch Dollar Night and Drizzy. They hit the head of the lane. Trump 'em with that lead by 2. Off the rail, Silver Spun. Doc's Class Act on the far outside, coming with a big late run. The Trump 'em still with the lead and is gonna hold on for the win. Close for second between Doc's Class Act and Silver Spun. Fourth will go to Drizzy. The stewards have posted number 2, Trump 'em, as the race winner. Second goes to number 6, Doc's Class Act. Third to number 1, Silver Spun. And fourth to number 3, Drizzy.
Objection!
They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 47-2. Time for 5.5 furlongs. 105-3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's objection here in race number 3. Number 6, Doc's Class Act, and rider Sheldon Chickeness have claimed interference against the unofficial winner, number 2, Trump 'em, and jockey Jorge Carreño. Rider's objection, 6-2 here in race 3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 3, the Donnie Kowalczyk Derby. That's number 2, Trump 'em. Trump 'em is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by comic strip. Out of the mare Fanny Chanel by Popular. Owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, and ridden to unofficial victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's objection here in race 3, 6-2. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul. 2, 6, 1, and 3 will become official. Congratulations goes out to jockey Jorge Carreño, who scores the early pick 3. 3 wins for jockey Jorge Carreño. In the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, there are no changes. And there's no changes in race 5, 6, or 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering coming up here in race number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the rider's objection tape from race number 3. Pay special attention to the 2 horses on the outside in front on the left. The far left in white is number 2 Trumpum. Just to the inside is number 6 Doc's Class Act. The objection was 6 on 2. Here's where the infraction he thought happened with Sheldon Chickeness. Can you play that one more time, guys? Thank you very much. The 2 outside horses in white and in black. This is the point coming up where the objection was 6 on 2. And after reviewing the films, the steward had insufficient evidence to warrant a disqualification. And they're off. From the middle, Doc's Class Act was away well on the far outside. Witt's Dollar Night also right there in the middle. On the inside, Major Munnings. Trumpum is going to go 4 wide in here. Then it's a gap of 2 lengths back to Silver Spun. And your early trailer will be Drizzy. 23-3 the opening quarter. And Trumpum now takes over by a length and a quarter. Major Munnings back to second. Doc's Class Act is gonna go at him again in third. Hugging the rail, Silver Spun. The trailers now with Dollar Night and Drizzy. They hit the head of the lane. Trumpum with that lead by 2. Off the rail, Silver Spun. Doc's Class Act on the far outside. Coming with a big late run. The Trumpum still with the lead and is gonna hold on for the win. Close for second between Doc's Class Act and Silver. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. A special welcome to TVG and all their viewers. Stretch Trumpum getting it done.
Yeah, from off the pace, made a good wide move and then hung on. Few races have already kind of surprised me on just how the race has gone. You know, like Doc's Quest or Doc's something or other. We'll call it Doc's Quest.
Doc's Class Act?
Yeah, that's
all right.
That's the one. I got the first name right. I didn't think he'd be that close, and then he was very close early. I thought the 2 and the 6 would have been in reverse positions, and the 6 would have been the one making the move.
And I thought the 4 would be on the lead all alone, but didn't want to be there, it kind of looked like. So that really changed it up.
It did change it up. And you know, if you've bet it thinking the race is going to go one way and it's completely different, you know you're in a little bit of trouble. And that's what we were. Here we are, race 4, pick 4. Thanks again, everybody that's been following along and betting into the pick 4. The totals have always been very good, well over the 25,000. This is one of my top plays on the card so far. I don't know what kind of price I'm going to get, but this is on the 4. That first race out after a few month layoff, absolutely showed huge early speed against Call the Cops, who was big speed. Ran a nice race only to lose to Peb by a little bit. Peb ran a great race the other day for a maiden special weight, circled. That makes that race a really live race. Anything similar to that race, and that makes number 4 absolutely the horse to beat. The only thing is the horse going to maybe not, after such a big effort, maybe decline a little bit? I'm leaning more towards the running at least maybe a slightly improved race.
Yeah, I agree. Came out of a tough dash. We like Call the Cops, who ended up going off as the favorite. Peb was a second favorite that couldn't run down Call the Cops, but did come back to win its very next start. Anchor Up showed all kinds of speed, but I liked how it showed the staying power to only get beat by 4 1/4 after chasing every step of the way and the horse being off since May. So I think this horse will improve off that, and any improvement at all with this double drop in class down to the bottom, this one definitely, I think, also is the one to beat. Okay, who do you have for second?
I have the 2 for second for the same kind of reason. It's a dropper. This horse was in for 5,000 at Golden Gate. I don't think the horse belongs in the special weight or high level allowance maiden race. So I like the drop on this one. I'm not worried. And you can't go wrong with Carino. He's only won the first 3 races. He's kind of 3 for 3. So you know he's on fire. You certainly don't want to leave him off of many tickets, just how he's ridden to start the week. I think the horse is an evenly type run horse, but that's enough for this level, whereas some of the others, they run even, but at a lower level. So I have the 2 slightly ahead of the 3 for me.
Yeah, I like the 2 in here. Backstreet's back, but I'm taking the 3 Chicago Roll. Has run 3 big races in the last 3. Yes, at the bottom level. Well, that was a really good race against 2 Terms 3 outs ago. And then against Pucker and Benroy 2 outs ago, another good one. Last time out, the horse showed speed and battled it out. Benroy went flying on by, and then Chicago Roll tried to go after him, and Mr. Fallon rallied late. But Chicago Roll, just with the running style, I think will be right up there behind Anchor Up and Light My Fire, and in a real good position. As Backstreet's back, just didn't show that extra kick at the end. I know it's a maiden allowance dropper, but I would have liked to see a little bit more of that race, and that's why I took Chicago Roll as my second selection.
Yeah, and add to your 3, I showed a little more speed than usual as compared before. It'd be farther back. So that might mean the horse is rounding in to maybe finally get that win, but remember, he doesn't like to win. He just likes to get in the money. I'll add another horse if you're maybe playing a superfecta and you need a bit more price, and that's the 5. 5 is similar to Chicago Roll. Chicago Roll has beaten this horse a couple times, but I like the mile back last time. Try to maybe set it up for an improved effort. Same kind of thing. Has a few less starts this Chicago Roll. I don't think it's a win candidate, but 10-1 on the morning or on the current odds could complete your trifecta in there. Or if you want to be crazy like Kirt, and you haven't played a $10 super straight yet.
No, I'm not a big super fan. I need the 20 centers, throw in a bunch of combinations, because what I've realized, I can get the top 2, I can fill in the top 3, but then I throw a horse out and anybody can run 4th in any race. So that's where I always run into trouble, and that's why I don't do it.
Yeah, and that's fair. You just double up your ticket on a try, and then you don't have to worry about who's 4th. You just spend a few extra bucks and you get that.
And as you know, my favorite wager is triactors. That's why adding the extra one on there, I don't know, my hair will get even grayer after that.
Yeah, just to add, there's a poll. Once again, Mitch has a poll online, and it's about your favorite distance. And I found it interesting. We didn't really know what it was going to be like. I like doing these polls. You can go to YouTube, the ASD Live site. And right now we're at 39% for the longer races.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, what's your favorite distance, Kirt?
Mine, well, on this track, I like those 7/8 races.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you too.
Just because that's our track though, because it's so interesting. That turn is so quick. You got to guess with the riders who's going to make the front, and those outside horses you're going to get good odds on, even if they are speedballs, but they got to get to the front end. So it's a little bit of a guessing game along with the handicapping.
Yeah.
So that's why I like those.
Nice, I'm with you. We're not alone. That was the second choice at 24%.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 4. Pick 4 time stretch.
All right, we'll start just in case you don't want to play the pick 4. Just a small tri-wheel. I'm not at Kirt's level of these straight. $3 tri-wheel, 4 with 2 with 3, 5. That's $6. You can play it for $1. Of course I'm playing the pick 4. This leg, I've got 2 and 4 just in case that the 4 doesn't run back. Just with the 1, 2, 3, with the 2, 7, 8, 2 is 20-1, and then 2, 6, 8, 8 is 25-1. That is a big price payout if I can get the long shots. Kirt?
And myself, I went after the pick 4. I keyed the 4 in here, anchor up. I bought the second leg, hit the all button, took 3 and 7 in race 6 and rounded it out with 2, 3, 6, and 9. That'll cost you $56. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses on the track for race number 4, they're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Light My Fire, owned by Just for Kicks Stable and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Sean Morin with Dwight Lewis. Number 2 is Backstreet's Back, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Chicago Roll, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Nyrone Austin Up. Number 4 is Anchor Up, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Mr. Fallon, owned by Right Attitude, Hillside Farms, Anderson Livestock Stable, WRA Ventures, Harvey Warner, and Jay Jackson, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Master Slam, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Neville Stevenson aboard. Rounding out the field is number 7, King Cat, owned by Greg Honus and Bill Tucker, trained by Dale Zawisliak with Shamari Muir. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering here in race number 4. They go to post in 3 minutes. Turning your programs back to race number 3, we had 3 claims to report. First off, claim for $7,500, number 1 Silver Spun, claimed by K7 Racing Stable trainer Tom Gardapi Jr. Also claimed for $7,500, number 3 Drizzy, claimed by Ira Donald and King Couture, trainer Jared Brown. And claimed for $7,500 was number 6, Doc's Class Act, claimed by Jared Brown, owner trainer.
This time, this sprint is going 6 furlongs all the way at the back of the chute. These are maiden 5,000. I think there's a solid play in here. You may not get the top value, but that's the 4. Anchor Up showed good speed at a higher level, pressed another speed ball, still hung around after a layoff. Any similar effort will be very tough to beat. Maybe doesn't need the lead, but still go. The other dropper is the 2. I've got it down to those 2. I've got it 4-2. 3 picking up the pieces late. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I also like number 4, Anchor Up, the current 3-5 choice. Huge race first time out. Big drop in class down to the bottom. So I think it's his race to lose. The 2-horse Backstreet's Back also taking the same drop. I just didn't like the way he ran last time out. So I like the 3 for second, or maybe the 5, Mr. Fallon. But definitely the 4's races to lose here in race 4. Light My Fire, the first one to go in. Backstreet's Back also is in. Chicago Roll will be next. Anchor Up, the 3 to 5 favorite, set to step in. Mr. Fallon's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Master Slam. And just waiting on King Cat. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Mr. Fallon is away well in between horses. That's Anchor Up. On the inside, Light My Fire. Now presses early with Anchor Up. 2 lengths back to Mr. Fallon with Master Slam to the outside in the race today. Then it's Chicago Roll, Backstreet's Back, and the early trailer will be King Cat. 23-1 the opening quarter. Anchor Up with a nose in front in between. Master Slam making a big 3 wide bid here for the lead. Coming up the rail, Chicago Roll in fourth. Backstreet's Back on the outside. In between horses, Mr. Fallon. King Cat at the back. A short lead for Anchor Up. Master Slam on the outside. Chicago Roll coming with a late run with Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon falling back, but Anchor Up has the lead. But Chicago Roll rolls on by and is going to take it. Anchor Up second best. Master Slam in third. And fourth goes to Mr. Fallon. The stewards have posted number 3, Chicago Roll, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Anchor Up. Third to number 6, Master Slam. And fourth to number 5, Mr. Fallon. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 46-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 3, Chicago Roll. Chicago Roll is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by Jack Melton, out of the mare Sushi Girl by Orientate. Owned and trained by Ryan Desjarlais, and ridden to victory by Nyrone Austin. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 and 1. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. There are no changes. Kicking off the late pick 3 here in race 5. At the post. And they're off. From the middle, Mr. Fallon is away well in between horses. That's Anchor Up. On the inside, Light My Fire. Now presses early with Anchor Up. 2 lengths back to Mr. Fallon, with Master Slam to the outside in the race today. Then it's Chicago Roll, Back Streets Back, and the early trailer will be King Cat. 23 and 1 the opening quarter. Anchor Up with a nose in front in between Master Slam, making a big 3-wide bid here for the lead. Coming up the rail, Chicago Roll in 4th. Back Streets Back on the outside, in between horses, Mr. Fallon, King Cat at the back. A short lead for Anchor Up. Master Slam on the outside. Chicago Roll coming with a late run with Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon falling back, but Anchor Up has the lead. But Chicago Roll rolls on by and is going to take it. Anchor Up second best, Master Slam in 3rd and 4th. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $1,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs, welcoming TVG and their viewers once again. Stretch Chicago rolls on by.
Yeah, that was your second selection and made some good points. And we also touched how the horse showed more speed than usual, and it's kind of set it up to run a bigger race today. And that, sure enough, we've talked about all meet long, looking for horses that have done something a little different. And, you know, it wasn't a stellar group, and the horses just ran a nice, even race, and it was good. And any of the super long shot players had a big run on Master Slam.
A massive race today.
He actually, when you're calling the race, I was watching, it looked like he might have won, that was going to win the race, and that would have lit up the tote board of over $100. I don't know what in fact he was at, but $99.99 on the board. But yeah, so lots of money bet again into the pick 4. Unfortunately, you and I are both out of that. It was your second choice. You keyed the horse. It's too bad I know the horse so well that he just kind of likes to run second and thirds in there. But anyway, here we are, moving on. 2 was my top selection, More Than Stature. We've already seen a previous race of a lightly raced horse run a nice race. Well, I got one here on the 2. Jared Brown, Carino have already won. Well, Jared's won 1 and Carino's run 3. It was your top selection last time. Ran a nice even race. I thought the horse might need one, and the horse ended up needing one, but ran good enough. Repeat of that effort, probably a little bit of improvement, and the horse should, like I said, improve. The key also, take note, last year on August 24th, second start off, the
layoff.
On the layoff last year won its race. So same kind of pattern. I like looking for those kind of patterns, and sure enough. Anyway, that's my top selection.
And it beat one of your favorite horses, Warren's Van Gogh. But the one thing about this race is there isn't a lot of speed to go out. Road Romeo ran huge on the front end to get beat by Mandrew last time out. And I expect Road Romeo to go out for the lead once again. Maybe Bear Me a Moment will be the one pressing, but if not, More Than Stature just might have a tough time going into a paceless race here. So I took a shot on number 4, Warren's Dirty Dancer. Warren's Dirty Dancer, 2 outs ago, came with a flurry down the lane, going 5 furlongs, and did check at the break. Had a little bit of trouble, but overcame it. Tally ended up getting up to beat Go Crow by a narrow nose in the comeback race. It went against Clipboard Money on the front end, and they sizzled on the racetrack. 22-4, 45-4, and then Candy Con went swooping on by, and More Than Stature also went by late, but Warren's Dirty Dancer did all the work in there behind Clipboard Money. I like this horse in a stalking style, coming off the pace, way more than it battling on the front. So with an off-the-pace effort today, I think Warren has a good shot, and we're getting 9-1.
Yeah, absolutely solid value there. Yeah, there's a good example of kind of changing the running style back and forth, so that's always a good sign. My second choice, 4-1, happens to be also on the board, is that's the 3. Coming out of a different conditions, ran against Ngara and McKeag, didn't belong, but what I was impressed of, sure, the horse just kind of ran around the track, but was to be within 6 lengths of those. Best effort on the card in the last bunch of races. I think a similar effort puts this horse right there, just based on the figures. And the horse has, races on there. It's already won in the Manitoba Breds. Remember, doesn't have to. Those don't count in these wide open races.
In the eligibility. Now let's take a look at number 1, 8's Wild, both of our third choice here. Blinkers off, shadow roll off, drop in class. This horse does have a race that is good enough to win this one. That was the first start of the year, second beat in the neck to Warren's Van Gogh. Came back with a flat effort, but not a real bad one, beaten by 3 1/4, but last time showed absolutely nothing. Can this horse rebound today?
Absolutely. At this level, you can throw out a couple races. That's how there's always going to be some negatives. The only way you're going to get a long shot. So you and I both saw it the same way. Look at the right horse used to not run blinkers in Fawner. And like you said, that first race was a solid first race out. And so I'm hoping to run back at 12-1, probably might even get even higher than that. Going from there, let's go to the outside on the 7. This is a horse we've taken throughout the year, and last year we would be cashing lots of tickets. Not quite.
Last year made money on it. This year, not so much.
No, exactly. Now, yes, the horse didn't look that great. It ran okay to Bacoli. Bacoli was a dropper and just crushed. I guess there's certainly a chance if he wakes up. You know, he is 10. See if he's still got interested in running. But what do you think?
Well, he's just not the form he was in the previous years. But yeah, he does run some decent races. What he has to have is a pace battle up front, because he is a deeper closer in here. And I really don't think that's going to happen today. So I can't put him on top in there, but definitely a filler in your triactors and superfectas. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, starting it off with you.
Yeah, simple $3 exacta box, as easy as 1, 2, 3. I know the 2 is the favorite, but I've got that long shot in there at 14-1. If I don't want to miss out on that one in there, and who knows, bring in 1, 3, and it's paying really well.
And myself, I'm going after 4, Warren's Dirty Dancer, 10 to win and 20 to place. Good luck with all your selections here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $8,500. Number 1 is Eights Wild, owned and trained by Bill Fitzgerald. Caleb Pizarro aboard. Number 2 is More Than Stature, owned by Ira Donald and Kane Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Bear Me a Moment, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Warren's Dirty Dancer, owned by A-Team Farms, trained by Devin Gittins with Leroy Nelson. Number 5 is Light Pan, owned and trained by Jenna Robbins, Stanley Chady Jr. aboard. Number 6 is Road Romeo, owned by Daybird Racing Stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Shamari Muir. Rounding out the field is number 7, Anire, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Sheldon Chickadas. Post time for race number 5 in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, another 6 furlong race. We've got down to 2 horses on the public. I've got the 2 horse at 5-2. I think this is very good value for this horse. Only 1 start this year. Ran a nice even effort. Should get the improving after that first start. Should get nice stalking trip behind a little bit of speed in there. Make that move and take over at a nice price. My long shot you don't want to leave out is the 1. Could get that dream trip up the rail. But I've got a 2-3-1. Might want to put $2 on the 1 though. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch. I went to number 4, Warren's Dirty Dancer. 2 outs ago, this horse had a huge closing effort. Only lose to Tally and GoCro last time out. Chased clipboard money around there and fractions that were just way too quick. I expect the speed to be the 6 Road Romeo with Warren's Dirty Dancer sitting right in behind, ready to pounce by the head of the lane, so I took him on top, but I also like number 2, More Than Stature. Good luck here in race 5. Wild, the first one loaded. More Than Stature walks in. The 6-5 favorite, Bear Me a Moment, is in. Warren's Dirty Dancer next. Lipan steps up. Now just 2 left to load. Road Romeo. And now just waiting on an ire. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, Road Romeo showing some good early speed. And will open up the lead early by 2. Heavily restrained in second. Warren's Van Gogh to the outside. The old guy, Anaya, is getting it going in his second. Warren's Dirty Dancer in third. Then Bear Me a Moment hugging the rail. 2 more back. We have Lipan. Then Eight's Wild. And the trailer, More Than Stature. 23-3 the opening quarter, and Road Romeo and Anaya are battling it out. Another length and a half back to Bear Me a Moment, and Warren's Dirty Dancer running as a pair. Then it's 3 more to Lipan, Eight's Wild, and More Than Stature. They hit the head of the lane. A short lead for Bear Me the Moment that got the inside trip. In between horses, Anaya to the far outside. Warren's Dirty Dancer with some late run. Bear Me a Moment with the lead. Warren's Dirty Dancer on the outside is gonna get it done. Second best, Bear Me a Moment. Third's gonna go to Anaya, and fourth to Lipan. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Warren's Dirty Dancer, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Bear Me a Moment. Third to number 7, Anaya, and fourth to number 5, Lipan. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 5, that's number 4, Warren's Dirty Dancer. Warren's Dirty Dancer is a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Ancient Art, out of the mare Warren's Jitterbug by Affirmative. Owned by 18 Farms, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12 and 3. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Late double wagering kicking off here in race 6. They go to post in 19 minutes. From the outside, Road Romeo, showing some good early speed, and will open up the lead early by 2. Heavily restrained in second, Warren's Van Gogh to the outside. The old guy, Anaya, is getting it going in his second. Warren's Dirty Dancer in third. Then Bear Me a Moment hugging the rail. 2 more back. We have Light Pan, then Eight's Wild, and the trailer More Than Stature. 23 and 3 the opening quarter, and Road Romeo and Anaya are battling it out. Another length and a half back to Bear Me a Moment, and Warren's Dirty Dancer running as a pair. Then it's 3 more to Light Pan, Eight's Wild, and More Than Stature. They hit the head of the lane. A short lead for Bear Me the Moment that got the inside trip. In between horses and ire to the far outside, Warren's Dirty Dancer with some late run. Bear Me a Moment with the lead. Warren's Dirty Dancer on the outside is gonna get it done. Second best, Bear Me a Moment. Third's gonna go to an ire, and fourth. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this allowance. Non-2 life for 4 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Special welcome to TVG and all their viewers once again. Stretch, I got one home.
Very good pick.
I even called it the wrong thing at the beginning of the race.
You're calling the race, and it happens. If anybody saw what Kirt has to do each day, he's got to put up with me. He talks on there, and then he rushes upstairs and memorizes the horses. One of the last horses we talked about was one of my favorites, and that's Warren's Van Gogh. And so it totally makes sense. I felt bad. He's cheering for my horse.
And earlier in the year, Warren's Dirty Dancer and Warren's Van Gogh were in the same barn. Now they're not, but they were earlier. But at least I caught myself early on.
Good race call, and a good pick. Well done.
I can always laugh at myself.
That's tough to do.
All right, let's pick a winner here in race number 6. Who do you got?
Okay, so here we go. I've got my top selection. Happens to be the favorite, Mr. Snickers. This horse ran a big race last time out. Came out of the Derby. And throw that out. You throw that one race out, and the other 3 are really good races. Each time the figures are getting a little bit better, and that last race was such a good race. Was right there. I think a repeat effort makes this horse an absolute contender for sure. That's why it's my top selection.
Yeah, and Freezing Jimmy won his previous start, and he was a stake winner as a 2-year-old. So that was a great race. I like number 3, Euro Silver Biz. This is a horse that has blazing early speed. Used it in the Derby, but that was just too far, that 1 1/8. Last time out, never got out of the starting gate. But what I liked about it is for a speed horse, Rafael Zentino Jr., what he did is he took the horse back, left it there, and made a run, and only got beat by 5 lengths in the end to these same horses, and that was a total different running style for this horse. I think today, if he gets out of the gate, you get the top rider, Jorge Cranio, on. Already has a hat trick early on in the card. If Euro Silver Biz makes the front end in here, I just don't think they catch him.
Yeah, no, it's a good call. Like you said, we thought the horse would go to the lead last time, and he did break a step slow, and then the jockey...
Wits Coco went to the front and went wire to wire.
Yeah, on a speed, basically that was a speed favoring time of the day, or those races with a bit of rain coming down. Absolutely, good pick. We'll see. It's a hesitant pick in here on the 8 because I don't know that last race, the 8, if you can find the 8 in there, Jake, okay. Has the figures, is just such a deep closer. The last race I specifically watched where the horses were, and a couple of them were at the back, and they didn't really make up that much ground. We had the big favorite in the second race not really make up a lot of ground. So I do like the horse. I could almost drop it down. I could almost switch it, but I won't do that to Beth just yet. It's too early in the week. She only puts up with me on a few changes, so we'll leave it. Tread carefully on this horse. Figures are there. Needs a duel. If there's no duel, if the three gets loose, may not be there, but definitely use it for 3rd or 4th in tries and supers for sure, because this horse will be closing late.
Yeah, another horse has been on the improvement since they put blinkers on is a 6-horse Peb. Broke the maiden last time out, getting up to beat XI Kid, who was the loose speed in the race. Before that, Call the Cops was the loose speed. The 3rd last race, Major Shepherd and Call the Cops and Peb. Peb made a good late rally off a 3-horse duel and then just ran out of ground. This horse has a lot of talent, is coming back on short rest, but that shouldn't be a problem. So I think if there is some pace, Peb could be a little bit of a long shot here at 10-1.
For sure. That last race last week was a very good race because it was wide throughout. Big ride. He probably rode at least 6 1/4 furlongs. I've got to add my big long shot in here is the 2-horse, 20-1 morning line, only 11-1. I think I'm going to get at least 15 or so. This horse showed good speed last time in a tricky race with Captain John. Had won multiple races this year. Showed the speed and it gets the cutback. I think this horse can be close to the lead. And yeah, this time of year they can win it. Those figures are just too good not to pass up. And like I said, he's going to be a long shot for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but he has some really good races on his form. And we've seen Wits Coco run second. The one that won this condition last time out ran second in a 5,000 claimer against Pucker and jumped up into the allowance and won it, so that wouldn't be a crazy thing for Muskoka. Okay, let's go to our bets here in race 6. Stretch, what do you got?
Well, that's my try wheel. But you've convinced me on the 3 that I kind of missed it, and I'm okay for missing something. Beth, here we go. We got a stretch change.
Well,
yes,
I thought you weren't going to change. It's too early.
No, I couldn't do 2 changes in the same.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's why I couldn't switch it. Beth, let's make it a box. We're going to box $1 try box, 2, 3, 7, 8, still $24. And so I'll get a little, I wouldn't get mad at you, Kirt, even if the 3 didn't run, because I really wouldn't. That's part of racing. 2, 3, 7, 8 box, 24.
All right, myself, I am taking Euro Silver Biz on top, a $10 exactor wheel with the 7 and 8 on the bottom. Good luck here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for Jackpot High Five Wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $15,000. Number 1 is Fire on Command, owned by Shelley Brown and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Muskoka, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 3 is Euro Silver Biz, owned by Martin Yurshak, trained by Rick Wise with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Orange Theory, owned by Shelley Brown, Scott Anderson, and Harvey Warner, trained by Shelley Brown with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Marianda, owned by 7 Up Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Caleb Pizarro. Number 6 is Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Richard Mangley. Number 7 is Mr. Snickers, owned by Martin Miller, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 8, E2 Babu, owned by Lloyd Dietz and Cal Britton, trained by Cal Britton with Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 6 in 4 minutes. Turning your programs back to race number 5, we had 3 claims to report. First off, claim for $1,500 was number 1, 8's Wild, claim by Lane Bremner, trainer Lee Delaron. Also claim for $1,875 was number 3, Bear Me a Moment, claim by Colt Brown, trainer Alan Brown. And claim for $1,500 was number 5, Lai Pan, claimed by Black Diamond Stable, trainer Tom Gardapi Jr.
Another 6 furlong race. It's going to be a good one. The favorite is the 7. That is my top selection. He's just running so well. You've got Jared Brown already with the win. This horse is improving with each start. Likes our track. Is in 3 out of 4 in the money. We'll get that nice trip just on the outside, make the move, and try to hold off some of the deep closers. The horse that might have to run down is the 3, but don't forget the long shot, the 2 horse, 15 to 1. I think the horse is going to get a nice trip on the rail. So I'll leave it at 3-8-2. Kirt?
All right, Stretch, I like the 3 in here. I think it's going to go right to the front end. Play Catch Me If You Can. Before he ran those last 2 route races, he was showing blazing speed, but always had to battle with someone. There is no speed in this race like his, so I'm going to try and get him to go wire to wire, and I do like Mr. Snickers, who has been running very well, so I got it down to 3 and 7 here in race 6. Time. Fire on command, locked and loaded. Muskoka is also now in. Next up, Euro Silverbiz. Orange Theory steps up. Marianda's turn. Peb is set to go in. Now just 2 left to load. The 6-5 favorite, Mr. Snickers. And now just waiting on E2 Babu. E2 Babu getting a little help from the gate crew. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, that's Marianda. Showing her early speed, but matched on the inside. Now Euro Silverbiz will take over as the early leader. Marianda back to second on the outside. In between horses, Orange Theory. Fire on Command is fourth on the rail. Then it's Mr. Snickers. E2 Babu is close today. Another 5 lengths back to Peb. And the early trailer, Muskoka. 23 seconds the opening quarter. And Euro Silverbiz with the lead. Mr. Snickers sitting right in behind in second, now takes over. As Euro Silverbiz takes the overland route, Mr. Snickers the half, 46 seconds. E2 Babu making a late run. And on the outside, Orange Theory, but it's Mr. Snickers. Inside the 16th pole, they're not going to catch him. He's going to win. Second's going to go to E2 Babu. Third to Orange Theory. And fourth to Muskoka. The Stewarts have posted number 7, Mr. Snickers, as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, E2 Babu. Third to number 4, Orange Theory. And fourth to number 2, Muskoka. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 46 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12 and 1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 6, that's number 7, Mr. Snickers. Mr. Snickers is a bay colt, 3 years old, by Empire Maker, out of the mare Sis City, by Slew City Slew. Owned by Martin Miller, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12 and 1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jared Brown, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Jared Brown. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 7. 21 minutes away. And just a reminder, folks, about special dining opportunities on the weekend. This Friday is steak night, followed by Saturday, which is prime rib night. Both of them you can get for $24.95 and are available from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. That's enjoying prime rib and steak this weekend. Reservations are not required.
I wish I could remember it, but it's been a while since everything was okay.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7 for this Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred filly and mare, 3 and up, non-2 lifer. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Again, a special welcome to TVG and their viewers. Well, Mr. Snickers, much the best today.
Much the best. Good ride, too. Just put him in the right spot. Got a bit of house cleaning to mention. I've got to start with I can't be mad at Beth, but if I ever was going to be, I had the winning bet, and then she let me do the stretch change, and it cost me.
Which she's let you do about 300 times in the past 2 years.
Come on, Beth, don't let me change. But there's a typical textbook betting, changing at the last minute, but I've changed it. It's come in. The votes on favorite distance, 43% is a mile. Thanks, everybody, for voting. Got good information from Mitch. Yes, the Master Slam, if he had won, would have paid $139.70. If you're watching online or you're going to be at home tomorrow, tomorrow's pool will be put the highest price horse that you have bet at least $2. It's not that you pick.
That's going to be a poll, not a pool.
Thank you. A poll.
No problem.
A poll of what your biggest win bet, so you can start thinking. Kirt, start thinking for tomorrow.
I already got one.
All right.
And only one.
Okay, so we'll discuss that tomorrow. We've got to finish off the today. There's many tickets. There's some tickets alive in the Pick 4 paying really good. Hopefully you're one of them. I'm going to start with the 1 to 5 shot. That's a little lower than I expected on the price. I didn't think it'd be that low. I backed this horse last time, ran a good race, and just got beat late. As I mentioned on ASD Live, it's a sneaky drop in class. It's the same claiming price, but now it's running against the breeds rather than the open horses. And so it is a drop. The competition is a little bit easier. This horse doesn't have to be on the lead. It can get a nice stalking trip, make that move. Last time it pressed, made the move, and just got beat at the wire. So that's my top selection, Kirt.
Yeah, I did go to Sophie McTrophy too, just because it's coming back into the breed races where it did run very well, running against Sizzle and Susie. But I also like number 9, My Trudy, at 14 to 1 here. This horse broke his maiden ease, or she did, easily by 3 3/4, beating the 1 Elsie's Wish. And then she was in 2 insanely tough races. The open allowance against Sweet Design and Dazzling Gold. And that was a real tough one. And then Not Afraid and G's Poppy's Warrior. Not Afraid was disqualified, came back to destroy them in the non-2. But that was against the boys. Now going back against the girls. I think she's going to like these a lot more. And what could happen this race is there is a lot of speed in here. No More Secrets has speed. The 2 has speed. The 4 has speed. The 5 has speed. And the 6. So if they want to somehow bang it out, this could really set up for a whole bunch of closers.
Exactly. It's funny you mention that and lead it into...
Because you have a closer.
I have a closer. We capitalized last time. You don't have it in there. And this is the 8 horse, Just for Charlotte. Beat many of these already. It's a strange situation that there's a bunch of maidens in this non-2. I felt that this horse did not have a clean trip. Yes, the horse was on the rail, but there was a few times checking it a few times. And so I think this horse is on the improve. If you look at the first start this year, this is why we liked it. And Kirt made sure to point it out to everybody. I'm trying to take more credit than I
last
deserve.
time out, made the late change, and $52.
Correct, the late change we got, correct. And so Lost Irons in the first one, and then, so now we're third start off a layoff, lightly raced horse. Yeah, the time wasn't that fast, but the key is this horse, I believe, with a better trip, would have won by more, maybe even a little bit faster. And so not leaving him out. It's 12 to 1 right now. Who knows? Maybe we'll get the high price.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Another horse I like in here, number 2, Sizzle and Susie. Her last 2 races are definitely good enough to win this one. 2 outs ago, she got beat by Divine Ride. Divine Ride, after winning that race, went into the open non-2, hit the winner's circle, and then did it again in the very next start. So that was a tough race for Sizzle and Susie. And then the comeback race was battling on the front end. And I think she's better coming off the pace, kind of like Warren's Dirty Dancer the last race. I didn't like her on the pace battling, and the public was with me there as bet down as the favorite. Ended up tiring. Sophie McTrophy and True Kate were ahead of her. But off the pace, I think she's much better. And with the other speed that is in here, could set up for the closer. That could be Sizzlin' Susie.
Absolutely. So let's go to the 5 horse. It's still a maiden. Was almost the favorite last time out. Dropped from maiden special weight into the maiden 5. We expected more, but the horse did get the lead. Maybe the horse can go a little bit farther today. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I think it can go a little bit farther, but I think there's going to be pressure all the way around. So it's not going to be easy, but the horse has run good enough races to get it done.
Yeah, like you said, you got the back class and another lightly raced horse. Another one? You got another one to add, or?
Another one, maybe take a look at No More Secrets. What I like about her is almost every race she's been battling on the front end, but last time out, she sat back and came with a late run. She was off for a month coming in. She didn't get beat by that much. So I think she can improve off that last start, and only a little bit of improvement is needed to win this race.
Correct. Yep. They're all non-twos or some are maidens, but it's not like
it's about a half and half in here.
Correct. Exactly. So.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, starting it off.
Yes, I'm spending a $2 try wheel. And
all right.
I cannot believe you're missing out on the big price horse. You probably should mention to Beth you should add it, but that's anyway.
I don't know. Your big price is 12-1. My Smiling Brush is 30-1.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Try wheel, $2 or $1. 6 and 8 on top, just in case the 6 doesn't fire. With 2, 6 and 8. With 2, 3, 6, 8, 9. For $1, it's 12. I'm spending a $2 to make it 24. I'm that confident.
And myself, I'm going for a $1 tractor wheel. I'm taking the 6 on top with the 23579. With the 23579, that'll cost you $20. Good luck with all your selections here in race number 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. horses on the track for race number 7, they're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Elsie's Wish, owned by Larry Falloon and Darren Bouchard, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Sizzlin' Susie, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 3 is No More Secrets, owned by Lise Pruitt, Bob Noakes, and Jim Bruce, trained by Lise Pruitt with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Stormy Barbados, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is I Suppose, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Richard Mangley. Number 6 is Sophie McTrophy, owned by Gall Stables, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is Smiling Brush, owned by Last Minute Stables and Millhouse Farms, trained by Lee Delaron with Nyron Austin. Number 8 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Velique Butler, trained by Alan Brown with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the field is number 9, My Trudy, owned by Fred and Debbie Rawson, trained by Fred Rawson with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 7 in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Another 6 furlong race. We've only had one favorite tonight. I'm back in the next favorite, hopefully, to come in, and that's the 6 horse. Sophie McTrophy has ran 2 very good races recently against Open Company, now back racing against the Manitoba and Saskatchewan breds. I like that last race, making that move, and just got tired late. Doesn't have the level that she had last time. I think that's the difference. The bombs away if the speed backs up is the 8. Just for Charlotte, she won last time. I think she's improving. She can really make it pay. 6, 8, 9 to finish it out. Kirt?
Stretch, I'm with you on number 6, Sophie McTrophy. Tactical speed, taking a big drop in class here to this non-too restricted race. So I think she's the main contender. I'm also looking at a long shot in here, number 7, Smiling Brush. Yes, it's a maiden against winners, but if there is a big pace battle between 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, if a bunch of them get muddled in there, watch for a closer. So it could be the 7. Good luck here in race 7. Post time. Smiling Brush is the first to load for the nightcap. Elsie's Wish steps in. Sizzlin' Susie. She's now loaded. No More Secrets turn. Stormy Barbados. Is now in. I Suppose turn. I Suppose we'll load without Richard Mangley. Once she is in, he will climb back aboard. I Suppose now in. Sophie McTrophy, the 6-5 favorite. She's in. 2 left to load. On the outside, My Trudy. And now just waiting on Just for Charlotte. Just for Charlotte being a little handful also. Now she's in. Dwight Lewis climbing back aboard. And they'll all be set. They're at the post and they're off. From the inside, No More Secrets. Showing her early speed. She's going to grab the lead by a length. To the outside, Sophie McTrophy. Sizzlin' Susie getting dragged towards the leaders in third. Elsie's Wish hugging the rail in fourth. Smiling Brush just for Charlotte and My Trudy running as a trio behind them. And your early trailers are going to be I Suppose and Stormy Barbados. The opening quarter, 24-2. No More Secrets has a half-length lead. Sophie McTrophy wants the lead and now pokes a nose in front. Settled back in third, Sizzlin' Susie through a half in 48-1. I Suppose rallying from fifth. They hit the head of the lane. A short lead for No More Secrets. Sophie McTrophy to the outside, checking hard. That's Elsie's Wish. And Sizzlin' Susie just blows on by late. Sizzlin' Susie is going to take it by 3. No More Secrets second best. Third's going to go to Sophie McTrophy, and fourth to Elsie's Wish. The stewards are posted number 2, Sizzlin' Susie as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, No More Secrets. Third to number 6, Sophie McTrophy. And fourth to number 1, Elsie's Wish. They went the opening quarter 24-2. The half 48-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 114-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 7, that's number 2, Sizzlin' Susie. Sizzlin' Susie is a Bay filly, 4 years old by True Sense, out of the mare Regal by Safapiano, owned by Jennifer Tronjo, trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickanis. Time for the 6 furlongs, 114-1. Number 2, Sizzlin' Susie, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Ken Pollock. at the post, and they're off. From the inside, No More Secrets. Showing her early speed. She's gonna grab the lead by a length. To the outside, Sophie McTrophy. Sizzlin' Susie getting dragged towards the leaders in third. Elsie's Wish hugging the rail in fourth. Smiling Brush just for Charlotte. And My Trudy running as a trio behind them. And your early trailers are going to be I Suppose and Stormy Barbados. The opening quarter, 24-2. No More Secrets has a half-length lead. Sophie McTrophy wants the lead and now pokes a nose in front. Settled back in third, Sizzlin' Susie through a half in 48-1. I Suppose rallying from fifth. They hit the head of the lane. A short lead for No More Secrets. Sophie McTrophy to the outside, checking hard. That's Elsie's Wish. And Sizzlin' Susie just blows on by late. Sizzlin' Susie is gonna take it by 3. No More Secrets second best. Third's gonna go to Sophie McTrophy, and fourth to